Good morning. Welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. Happy whatever day this is, 2nd of July, day before the holiday weekend starts for the 4th of July, 2026. 250 years. And who would have imagined we'd be where we are? Okay, so this is Risk Neutral Trading. This is my virtual trading journal. I do this because I don't multitask well, and the way it works is I start capture everything on my two monitors. This is Bookmap and this is IRT. I capture everything on those monitors on the video, and my voice over here provides insight as to what I was thinking. Completes the recording. And I have a full journal, which is completely transparent and fully accountable by the stream. I take only vetted setups, which I have done the homework statistically verifying that they have a positive expectancy or edge or whatever word you want to call it, myself. And I'll talk about that later. And only live trades here in the live market. This is rhythmic data powering both Bookmap and IRT. And I only take live trades recorded and kept forever. You'll never see a playback or a recorded video. Obviously, if you review the stream or look at the stream afterwards, you'll see it's recorded because it's live streamed. But nothing is ever. I never pretend that I took a trade that I didn't. So having said that, there is no intention here of financial or trade advice because I'm not qualified or licensed, I guess, to do that. And there's a disclaimer in the description, so please read that. All right, let's get on with the business at hand now. Let's get on with the reports for the day. Well, in case you've been under a rock, we had non-farm payroll, and that was right there at 7:30. 20-something handles, not particularly dramatic, but where am I here? Here we go. So here we have my news sources. The first is investing.com, which is my old favorite because I like the format. I like the way it presents when I screen capture and paste in a Discord or somewhere. They only focus on traditional economic events, non-farm payroll, GDP, Fed meeting, Fed rates, PMI, etc. Non-farm payroll today. Now, this is typically the first Friday of every month, but because tomorrow's a holiday, they roll it forward to now. Here's something that is disappointing to me as an American. The forecast for non-farm payroll jobs is 114,000 increase, and it was only 57,000. And what does the market do? Goes up because they think the logic is, weak labor means the Fed will cut rates. All anybody is focused on these days, typically the extremely rich, are interest rates and what that might do to their particular company. So the fact that millions of Americans have lost jobs or are struggling is of no consequence, which I find really disappointing. So that's my take on it on this 4th of July holiday weekend. I'll keep quiet about the rest of it. Anyway, you can filter this for wherever you are in the world. It's free. I keep these free so that anybody can have access to the same resources that I do. The other, and you can also see that now that we're in a new quarter and earnings season, we'll be starting next week. We'll start watching that as well. And we have the global, oh, that's Japan, never mind. The other news source I use is Financial Juice, which is, I use it for pretty much the opposite reasons that I do investing.com. They have a calendar over here, but they will pull any kind of a potential risk to the market into this calendar, hopefully. Trump's going to have a speech somewhere. Somebody's going to do something that we all in the markets now have come to realize recently, that whenever this guy's in front of a microphone, look out. Could be that's a potential risk for the market. It's not a political statement. It's a fact. Sometimes in this day and age, facts and truth are not so important to people, but they are to me. And I would hope they would be, and will come back to being important to everyone. I think we've become so numbed by the continual stream of lies and spin that we sort of roll our eyes and go, oh, that again, you know. But that's not good. We should not accept that as a country. Anyway, the reason I like Financial Juice is because they do capture those kind of non-economic but high-risk related events and try to pull it into the calendar if they can. And if not, it's typically always reflects itself in the squawk box over here on the right, which is a continual narrative. The reason I'm concerned about risk so much is that in today's market, we are essentially risk managers. As traders, your fundamental job is to preserve your account. The basic way you preserve your account is risk management. If you don't know about a risk, you can't manage it. It's the simple, logic, A, B, C. If then that. If this, then that. If not, then what? It's a basic logic statement. So that's where I'm coming from. So that's the news and the reports. And let's get on to something a little more uplifting, let's hope. Pre-market. Well, here we go, book map. Now this is yesterday's RTH session. You see Blue Boy here, Blue Boy over here. This is my little handy dandy method of making sure that I have the entire session in view so that I'm fully aware of context. And that is a simple, this blue line right here, which I affectionately refer to as Blue Boy. It's just a vertical line, and I put it on the first print of every session. So if this is over here on my left, and I know that this is the inside market, very definitely this is here, right now, there's no possible way I can misunderstand or misinterpret what the session is. There's the open, here we are, there's the first print, and here we are now. So what have we done? Basically a chop fest until non-farm, up and down. Didn't work out well for the orb trades last night. Neither one of them had a trigger, so that was boring and frustrating. I missed an extremely good trade yesterday and also the day before because I was data driven and that I had anticipated and articulated here in the stream. But I had to step away from the desk to take TAM. And, what are you going to do? Life's what happens while you're making other plans, right? This is IRT. It is my charting package. First, it's important to know that in the header of all these charts is the instrument, the chart type, the periodicity, and the session. So you can never be confused. These are the micros, micro ES, MQ, micro ES high time frame chart, and this is the mini ES or the ES mini market profile. I do switch this between full session and RTH session, but I don't change it to the micros. That's this tab. This is my high time frame tab or micro composite chart. Again, micro 1 day bars daily session. So Each one of these candlesticks represents a full RTH trading session from 8:30 in the morning till 1600 in the afternoon, Central Standard Time. All the times that I refer to and that you see here on my charts and down in the corner on the system are all Central Standard Time. Anyway, back to this. Wherever price overlaps, I pull a volume profile around them, and that generates these high and low volume nodes, which are represented on this chart by the green and red arrow or lines. The values for those are pushed to Bookmap, and they're represented over there. I'll show you in a minute. We get a POC, MCVPOC, highs and lows, etc. This was yesterday. Complete indecision, doji, look out. Let's see what our volume is so far today. I'm guessing light. Yeah, not as bad as yesterday. It was 50-something %. And this is looking back at this average volume over 20 trading periods. And this is the ATR. This is Bookmap once again. And this is my micro composite column where I manually enter these values. From the micro composite chart we just looked at, naked volume points of control and high and low and all that kind of stuff. And wherever we have a value that has been traded over or revisited, I change the text from whatever color, which typically is black. Which is some color, white or something, and I change it to black. That lets me know that that value is stale and that I can take it off at the next opportunity, like I've done down here with these gaps and the POCs, right? This is the high and low volume nodes, which are pushed from IRT to Bookmap, and this is the full session volume profile, which started plotting last night at 1700 and will continue through 1600 today. RTH volume profile and delta will reset at 8:30 this morning. My statistics open type and related probabilities or percentages based on their session prices, and we'll reset these and put in the current ones for today in a few minutes. This is the session prices, which are pushed automatically from Bookmap or to Bookmap from IRT. And I don't have a DOM open here anymore because I wasn't trading with it. I do have the most important columns, which are the ask, full level 2, resting liquidity at each price, and the bid. And here's the prices. You'll notice there's no indicator on my Bookmap or my IRT. Simply, I have to keep things as simple as I can. That's the way I think. So, volume, probability, market price, session prices. That's it. Over here, we have the POC for the full session, or the RTH session, I'm sorry, and the POC for the full session, which is a little more muted yellow. The POC is nothing more complicated than simply marks the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. So far in this overnight, or this Globex, we've traded 75.35 and we've traded 2,752 of them. The minute one of these other prices is 75.53, this yellow line will move there, very simply, just as it's done all this jiggly jogging around. Yeah, it's a continuous line, so I can see the history and see where the price has been, but that's all it really is a marker of the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. Big caveat. We have a Globex VWAP, an RTH VWAP, a mid, and session prices. Now these percentage lines and stuff are coming across from my IRT to give me locations for various strategies that I'm going to trade, and I'll explain that in a little bit. But also there's the IB high and the IB low, which sometimes confuse folks because of their naming, I guess, from the market profile days. But all these two levels actually represent are they high and low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. That's exactly it. All right, let's look for the statistics now. There are 4 open types statistically, and it's real simple. There's only 2 criteria. If we opened right here, right now, how would that price compare to yesterday's RTH close? There's the close. Higher than the close. How would that price compare to, or that location, compare to yesterday's RTH range? Well, it's within range. The high's above us and the low's way down below us. So change the column title first to higher in range, because that's what we expect to do today. And then we're going to clear these columns of these values from yesterday, and we'll go get the new ones for today. And the way we do that is really simple. That comes from the statistics chart. And so here's higher in range, right? I'm wondering if I have that wrong from yesterday. There we go. So higher in range. We just determined why, and the way the system works is very simple. Looks back at 1,819 most recent trading days. Of those recent trading days, we opened higher in range 280 or 67 of them. Stand by, be right back. Okay, so 2 types. And of the days where we opened higher in range, we had 567 of them. Of the days we opened higher in range, overnight volume point of control was revisited 80.8% of the time. overnight volume point of control. 80.8. That's all. Whoops. What's going on here? There we go. Number pad off. There we are. So that's all there is to it. Now I'm a little behind here because of that delay. I'm going to jump over to something else I do every morning at 8:20, which is the TLab snap. And then we'll get back to the statistics here in a second. Excuse me. And you ask, what is the TLab? And it is a Bookmap Discord chat room. Called the Traders Lab. It's started by a guy named Tom B., who is a professional trader. He's been trading 48 years or something like that. He 48 years. I'm sure he doesn't manage anybody's money anymore, you know, after sure he trades his own account, and that's probably it. But he has that experience. And it's not a trade calling room, nor is it a live trading room, but there's a lot of good advice in there and a lot of good methodology and a lot of good people. I was active in there until I started doing this stream, which is basically at Tom's suggestion to focus on and narrate your own market, not somebody else's. You know, you're not a busy Discord room is not the market. And if you're focusing on that and not the trading, which would be more applicable to a trading business? So that's why I do that. However, as a show of support or solidarity, whatever, I post the reports every day about 6 something, and I post this in there every day at about 8:20, so that anybody that doesn't have similar charting can have access to whatever they need here for numbers. That's the TLab. Now back to statistics. Stand by. And I can't stop sneezing. Okay. That's the TLab. So let's get back to the stats here. That's the important stuff to do. And here we are. POC 88.8. Overnight high 74.6. I'm just going to go down this list. That's all. Overnight high 74.6. And I want to point out that this system, this study over here, has no other input except those 2 criteria which I described. It doesn't know if non-farm payroll was a gazillion over a bazillion. It doesn't know if Trump blew up North Dakota. Nothing. It knows those 2 criteria, and that's all. That's how that's the way to do statistics properly. You can't have 67 different parameters, right? So let's continue. Down the list we go. Ooh, overnight mid 74.4. $69.7 previous value area high. Previous close is 69. I was looking for the IB high. IB high, there we go, 67.7. I wanted to put that in there for a reason. Now, I always put, you need to put the initials here if you're going to do this, because remember the definition of the initial balance, the high or low. The minute we open, this is going to be up above price, wherever that is. And the low will be below it, so it won't be here anymore. That's the point. So I put an initial there so I can be sure and figure out what I'm doing. POC is 66.1. Where'd you go? Somewhere around here. I've already got it in there. Oh, hold it a minute. I'm on the wrong one. That's overnight. There we go. Overnight volume point of control is 80.8. I had the wrong one. And the here we go. POC is, where'd it go? 66.1. Again, need to put an initial there because that's going to move the minute price opens. Ivy low, previous high, way up above us. Previous low, overnight low is 48.3. My nose is, my nerves are shot, I think. There was something I was suspicious about. Well, that's got to be enough of them for today. We're going to open in 4 minutes, all right? So let's, now, excuse me, we're going to open, we're going to open gap up, I think. Yeah, our gap low is down here. This is the close right under developing value area low. Is that right? Okay. To be able to trade on Bookmap, which is probably pretty important, you need to be able to first initial the trade control panel. Now, I already have it on for last night's Globex stream, so, but you click this padlock up here and you select an account. If you're using multi-brackets, the size of the original order will be in here, and then any of the other criteria, or you can use the trade control panel, but I use multi-brackets. So once I've selected an account, I can click that again. I get the real estate back. I have my metrics up here, which you can turn off or on, but I like them on. And then I have cancel and close for all orders. And then it's important to get over here and make sure your trade stats are on the right journal. Multi-brackets is going to be set the way I want it to be, which is the way this risk-neutral trade methodology works is you decide the initial size of your order based on your risk management and your account risk parameters, and then the stop for the entire package. And then the first take profit is automatic. It's for this half of the package and for the same number of ticks positively as the stop is negative. Then there's a runner. The minute this T1 is achieved, the trade is risk neutral. And I also have a couple other trade management methodology, but we'll get into them later. Multi-account trading is set for Lucid, that's right. And so, okay, fine. Now, I'll explain the reason for Lucid as opposed to my live amp futures over here. And I'll do that in a minute. We're going to open in about a minute, so I'm going to stand by here. And, well, that stupidness didn't last long. Would have been a great short, huh? Let's see what else is going on. I think I've covered everything over there. Let's make sure we get the right stream going here. That seems to be all right. Okay. I think we're ready to rock. We will rock you. I don't know even who did that song, to be honest with you. Ow. Okay, we're going to open at 8:30. These two columns will reset, hopefully, automatically, else I will help them along. And that's right now. God damn it. Hate that. Stupid shit. Well, nothing's working right here. Everything's flashing and jumping and bumping and dumping. Look at IRT over here. It says one chart's enough. That's probably not going to work. This thing is... Oh, yeah. Man, I'm tired of this. I'm going to look into Linux, I swear to God. I know Bookmap will work pretty much similarly with Linux, but IRT would not. It would have to be in a Docker, so I think that's going to be as confusing as not. We've opened up here. Now, yesterday's open. Yesterday's close. Today's open will be right up in here. Pretty quick, our stats will start pushing across correctly. Let's hope. And what are we going to do? Well, what the hell happened over here? 80.8. Okay, that was the overnight volume point of control. I don't know what's going on. Well, it's a dynamic value, right? So it's going to be moving around right into the open. And here is our new RTH volume profile right up here. Previous was down here. So we're going to give this an IRT. We're really having an issue over here. I don't know why. But it doesn't seem to be having a lot of fun. Well, there we are. Now we're going to push up because everybody's so excited. We've got such a wonderful environment and economy and standing in the world is probably about as low as it's ever been. I saw a study that 31% or more other people in the world, Europe or wherever, think that a relationship with China is much more important than the U.S. now, and has no faith in the U.S. as far as a partner. The damage that's been done is just breathtaking to me. And I don't understand why other people aren't alarmed by it, I guess you could say. Anyway, here we are. We're wide open, high, wide, and handsome. We're high, wide, and handsome, boy. There's our IB is being pushed up. Bookmap still is upside down. Oh, man. I'm going to shit can this in about a second. So the first thing I do now that we've opened is, assuming this will work, is change the session prices, or change the session to RTH from the full session. So magically, this is now yesterday's RTH session, and here we are today. And I'm going to just hold my breath and see if I can get through all of these before I go piss up a rope. God, this thing is really... I need to figure out a different charting package, actually. There's a lot of things I lean on with IRT that I really mean a lot to me. But boy, if I could find a good solution to it, there would be a clap of thunder in a vacuum where I used to be standing, I'll tell you that right now. Nothing of... What happened with IRT here was the guy who did the majority of the development and was super helpful and really... I mean, he built the system, essentially, was built in, was Chad Payne. And he left a couple years ago. Now Eddie has come in there and he's doing his best to try to get somewhere, I think, pick up the slack. Bill is pretty much retired, I think. I heard he retired and given it to his daughter or something like that. And this doesn't look right, does it? Why didn't we get this big bump on non-farm here? Look at the difference. Look at the big gap up we got on the MES or the ES, but not so on the other. It's weird. Yeah, you aren't on the right window with me. Okay. Well, let's keep going here and see what the hell we get. I'll restart IRT's first opportunity to see if I can unwind all this drama that's going on. Every evening I do a complete database maintenance and everything I can think of to try to, and we're back up to the highs of the non-farm payroll now. So they've decided that it is a good thing that millions of Americans are suffering and out of work, as long as they can get a rate cut and make more money. That seems to be the theme of the day, doesn't it? Be as big of a heartless, greedy asshole as you can. Sorry. You know, it's the 4th of July. This ought to be a time that celebration, right? And we're at probably one of the lowest points that in my life, and I've been alive a long time. And I'm talking about through the Cold War and, you know, Korean War and all that stuff. And this is without a doubt, and the Vietnam War. This is without a doubt the low point that I can see, or that I remember. I'm actually glad my parents have passed away, all of them, because they would be brokenhearted if they saw what happened to our country. So here we go. We got some musicking. We've got non-farm payroll numbers squeezing up there. Everybody's so excited. I don't think we've got any Trump, you know, or random risk events, at least scheduled. But that sure as hell doesn't mean, you know, this is the day before the holiday and blah, blah. I'm sure there will be something will crop up. You can bet on that. Right to that non-farm consolidation up there. Mm-hmm. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. And good morning. Risk neutral trading again. Complete transparency and accountability, full transparency and accountability. I only take live trades in the live market, and they are recorded here in Bookmap in this stream forever. And in the spirit of full transparency, if you notice at the bottom, all the any program that I have available in this system is at the bottom. The system clock to the second and the date, and you can tie that back to Bookmap and IRT. I don't know what else I can do to make this more transparent. I have a very, very firm commitment to never take a trade off the stream. So there's never any, oh, well, I did this last night at that, you know, Globex or whatever. I used to die laughing with disgust at a guy that did that all the time. He'd be underwater $3,500 or $4,500, and miraculously the next morning when his stream started up, he was in profit because, well, I jumped on yesterday afternoon when I saw this opportunity, and then he'd have some big story cooked up, looking in the market with the rearview mirror, of course. Turned out he was just floating 2 or 3 combines and whatever else, I guess. Anyway, I made a commitment to never do that, so that's the reason for the Globex stream. I want to determine if there's some opportunities in the Globex market for the orb, Globex and Asia orb, and so if I'm going to do that and potentially have a trade there, which would be logical if there is an opportunity, I have to stream it so it could be captured in the stream, and that's the idea. I'm not real sure why we don't have this going off. I think it's got to do with IRT being upside down. Jesus Christopher Christ, look at this mess. Well, I don't see us getting anywhere over here. I may have to shut this thing down now just to... This is all wrong. We should be getting these. Let me see if this changed. Yes. Session start in minutes. Save. Oh. Boy, frustrating. Frustrating. These, I'll try to explain these to you as we go along here, but I can't really because nothing's responding. So I'm going to kill IRT in the right now and then start it over, and hopefully it'll come back up and have its shit together. Jesus, okay. Oh, piss up a rope, die. Now nothing's responding. Get away. Shoo. Jesus. Yeah. IRT is this platform that, like I said in the pre-market, where I do most of my, have for years done my charting. We're going out the top over here to the previous RTH high. I don't have the stat up there for that, but I should, sorry. We have liquidity sitting at the 80s, which I'm sure we're going to tag. Yeah, well, that would have been a lovely long, wouldn't it? And we haven't put Blue Boy on over here yet. That's going to be kind of a big problem. Let's get Blue Boy going. Okay, that's good enough, I think. So this is the first print of our session. There's our open. And what are we doing? Well, we're going straight up. We've exceeded and then some our overnight high, which was the non-farm payroll. Previous high for the day yesterday, and then we got a whole bunch of liquidity parked out at 80. Really disappointing. To me. Okay. Let's see if IRT wants to play now or if it's going to continue to be a spoiled bitch. Anyway, IRT was, developed by Chad, and I'm sure there would be some improvements here, but basically the system doesn't multi-thread. I think that's one of the bigger problems. I'm not sure what it would take to do that. At a point, I use it for a lot of things. All of the session prices and all the things I use to push from IRT, but it's basically unusable for me to, if I were to try to trade from it, there's no way I could do that. Now we're open again with IRT and there's no lag. So will that be the case? Will that remain? I have no freaking idea. I've got to get all these. First of all, I'm going to try to get this thing here to be plotting properly. Oh, wait a minute. What am I doing? I'm doing 9:30. I got the wrong thing there. It was my fault. What I do, the way I change these statistics is using this tool that I've built into all of these strategies that I can change all these various values, ATR and opening range period and all that kind of stuff, percentage of period and things like that. So I need to do that. I had it wrong. That was my fault, not IRT. But IRT not being reactive, you know, being frozen is a pretty big deal. And that's just out the top we go, and I'm back here licking my wounds. Now I have to, because I've just restarted IRT, all of these pages have to be brought back up so that the session prices are pushing for everybody. And these are naked volume points of control. Look at that. Are you through thinking over here? Okay, let's close that off. There we go. Bring this down here a little bit. Okay. Now let's look at let's look at the minis. Once upon a time, I have to get over that feeling that I have, the emotion that's so strong inside of me. It's a monkey boy thing, of course. So here we are on the higher time frame now. This is yesterday, right here, complete indecision, and here we go for today. So everybody's, you know, rocking. Boy, we're having a great time. Way more people are out of work than we planned on, so that's great news for the economy. Let's talk about l'envers, you know, or upside down world or something. Thing that's puzzles me. So we have the stats working properly now that I got my head out of my butt. Here is our IB high so far, or the orb high in the case of those sessions, and low down here. And here's our percentages across the range, which are just 25% of the total spread. And that's the stat I'm working on with my data for trading. Now, I think we're back to okay. We have no lags, or reasonably none. Irritating. Coming up on the top of the hour. No driving today. That's a good thing. So will we get a statistically driven trade like we have had for the last 2 days, and which I was not able to stand here and take advantage? Yeah. So we took the 80s, consolidated, and now we're going to zoom up here to the 90s. I'm sure. We are gap rules, right? Wait a minute, what am I doing? Gap rules are if we close the gap relatively early in the session, there's a high probability, and are accepted in value, there's a high probability we'll trade across that. Well, we've already done that. Something doesn't look right here. Wait a minute. No, we have not closed the gap. We're gap up. So what we're doing now is a gap and go. There's the gap. There's our close. There's our open. Gap and go. Irritating, very in a squeeze or whatever, you know. They're taking it to the 90s here. Not a place to get long, in my opinion. You know, with my opinion, in $5 you could probably get yourself a Starbucks, I suppose. What else is going on? Let me just check if I seem like I've got everything upside down here. I don't know. I think I'll walk out and get another green tea and think about this. before you throw them out. Well, there's the 90. You know, these squeeze moves are so obvious, but I have no structured trade or vetted anything to get on them, so it's just frustrating. I have to do that. I need to develop them. The problem I have, well, I have a lot of problems, but I have a commitment to only take vetted, predefined, statistically proven trades, but which I do based on the initial balance. But going to war or going hunting with one bullet isn't a recipe for success. For example, I need to have some sort of a what kind of a strategy could I vet? Maybe not. Maybe it doesn't exist. Maybe there has to be a point where I do use discretion, like this, a day like this. This was so obvious, and here we go past this high, and there's a long, and I'm talking about, well, we're going to go for 80, and then we're going to go for 90, and we have done exactly both of those things because it was obvious. It's a squeeze. Because they're, you know, so excited about the great economy. I guess, obviously, it's not all just a handful of rich douchebags. It's and here, you know, 99 and 7600 are next on the agenda. It just keeps squeezing. Will it fall on its ass and come back to a doji? Very likely. But at the moment, there's one direction it's going. Don't forget, yesterday was exactly the same. And then we had a big sell down, buying tail, and that's where we stopped. That's where we ended, right there, an absolute doji. So it was nothing more than random, out-of-control speculation, having nothing to do with the value of an S&P, having strictly to do with speculative money. Get them one way, get them the other way. That's all. Do you buy the dips? Do you sell the rips? I don't know. Yeah, I guess I'm jaded in a sense. So anyway, what was I going to say now? Let's try to get on to a positive note. It is the 4th of July after all. I'm a Yankee Doodle Dandy, born on the 4th of July. Know where those words came from? Well, we're not 30 minutes in it yet, and we've had a pretty rousing 54 to 94, 40 handle rip. 42 handles if you want to be exact. Blue boy's on the job. We've got some resting liquidity up here, there, and around. Where the hell? Okay, there's our IB high and our orb high. Now, here's one of the things that's starting to happen here. There's 94 and here's 84. So each one of these percentages, we've got a, you know, like I said, 40 handle, we got 20 points here. 10 points from these zones. So risk management needs to be front and center. Okay, let's get on with the next item of business. I want to outline how I approach trading as a business. and the thinking and the reasoning and the justification for the stream. I believe that this is basically a random market controlled, by not everyone, but it's pretty hard to, I think it's a bad idea to try to predict where the market's going in the long term. Now, I mean, the real long term, the market's been going up and to the right for years. Bull market. That's not going to last forever. But anyway, I'm talking about day trading as we do now, intraday, in this RTH session. The idea is that this is a random market and the outcome of the next trade is 50-50 because it's a statistical fact that the price can only go up and down. That's 50-50. That's a coin flip. Don't like that? Well, go read a book about statistics and what do you find? Let me know what you find out. Anyway, the most successful traders in the world realized that was the case, and they decided to, or they didn't decide to, but they realized what they needed to do was identify a structured setup that happens frequently. You don't want something to happen once a year. And then they define specific rules that justify an entry for that setup. Then, away from the live market, in the homework or study period, they capture a statistically significant data set of that setup and with those criteria. Do the math, do the statistics. Does it have a positive edge? What's the win rate? All those things. Expectancy, the most important. Expectancy and profit factor. Win rate, by the way, even in and of itself, by itself, is completely useless. It's just fodder bullshit for YouTube. Meaning that you can have a 95% win rate and go broke in 10 trades. It's risk reward. It is expectancy is the prime metric that you should be watching for. But anyway, so they have done that, and you do that study away from the live markets. And then in the live market, if you have identified that setup and those criteria to have a positive expectancy, every time it presents itself in the live market, you take the trade and you lean on the law of large numbers, which is essentially the economy of scale. And that produces profits, substantial profits to your bottom line. And I'm talking about Jim Simmons, Ray Dalio, Paul Tudor Jones, Tom the Trader, Tom B in the Traders Lab, Rod. I mean, everybody from the top to the bottom. Mark Douglas, Ed Thorpe, Ed, what was his name? The other guy. Anyway, the first guy that actually figured it out was a math teacher in Cornell, I think, or USC. And a bunch of math students, they figured out basic probabilities in card counting and went to Vegas and got filthy rich. And I can't think of his name right now. Ed something. Anyway. That's what I'm basing this business on. And the way I do it is as I've said, I hope enough times to be clear, any trade that I take in Bookmap is in the live market, real trading live market right here. Complete transparency, and will be there forever. I will anticipate the trade. I will narrate the anticipation of that trade. Oh, here comes our IB setting up, blah, blah, blah. Here's the trigger. I'm short, I'm long, and how I'm going to manage it. IRT, on the other hand, is where I develop setups and back test and forward test them. Here's an example of that. Initial balance. First strategy that I was able to completely code up that works. Now we've got to do all of this again because I restarted. So I'm going to do that on every one of these, but bear with me. So here we are now. Here are the zones, the rules. Here we are today, and I want to point out real clearly two things. This chart has nothing to do with the system, except that it is my tool to visualize that these rules are being enacted when and where I expect them to. The system, the computer, looks backwards over every one of these rules. It evaluates every rule every 30 seconds. If something booleans to true, bam, over here, there's the test. Now notice there's no pullback, continuation, or trigger zones here. Why not? Because it's not 9:30 yet. They don't start because it's the initial balance. The initial balance isn't a thing until 9:30 in the morning. That's one. Number two, any trades that are back tested or forward tested over here in IRT are in the IRT simulated environment. Obviously, I'm not going to test out a new system that I don't know what the outcome may be with my money in a live account. Come on, This is my virtual trading journal. It's not an exercise in stupidity, I don't think. So that's where we are and how we do it. Now, this is the current one that I'm working on. Hopefully this will work. Apparently not. Only a 2-second lag. Come on, you son of a gun. Well, maybe this will work. So what this does is, and I have to go through this and change a whole bunch of stuff here. Sorry. Whenever there's a restart, it's a big problem. And I'm looking up here to make sure it's saying hidden after every one of these. These are just different strategies that I test and that I can test on this particular chart. Notice it says testing. Okay. There we go. Which one did I miss over here? There we go. Okay. So this chart is full session, and all it does is it shows the high and low of each session. Asia's gold, London's green, US is red, US. So the strategy that I'm working on is based on data, of course, and it works in around percentages or zones of the range. So these values here, 25, 50, 25, and the high and the low, are pushed over here to IRT. And that's what these values are right here. So that I can trade live over here. Simple, huh? Now, the strategy is based on live data. And what I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to find a source that's more expeditious for me to backtest and vet these trades than this laborious coding exercise, because I'm an old guy and I'm not a fast code wizard, right? This took me a long time to figure out, to have done properly, that works, does multi-targets, stop, all that kind of thing. Everything it needs to have to be a system. And that's not my goal. My goal is to have a consistently profitable trading business, not be a code monkey. If I could sell these things to somebody and have a business doing that, okay, I'd dive into it, but that's not my goal and that's not my target, So what I'm doing now is I'm leaning on a new data tool that I have access to called Edgeful. And it is strictly set up to do what we're doing. So now I don't use a lot of these tools yet, but I need to do more of them. We're in a gap situation. There is and the way these charts work is you can set up your templates the way you want them. This is for the MES 1 year Chicago cash market gap up fill, and what I've been doing is the fill by time, which is 11 o'clock in the morning, because I think that's important. First of all, let's start from the beginning with days of the week. If we have a gap on Monday, a gap up, 60% not filled. Gap down, 77% filled. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Okay? And here's the stats. And you can change the time range or the date range to get enough stats to be statistically significant outside the parameters of random distribution. So here's the gap up. Here are those days again. This is edgeful data. There's nothing over there, okay? So Chicago, MES, 1 year. The next report that's important to see, so right now we have a big gap up. There's a 73% probability that we'll fill that gap today, on Thursday, over a year. Let's go to the by close by time. This is something that I think is a real relevant measure. And what I want to do here, I've set this customization by 2.5 hours. I want to know how many gap ups were filled before within 2.5 hours. And there's 86% of them. So we have a 76% probability that the gap high will fill today, and an 86 or 87% probability that it will happen before 11 o'clock. Now, we don't have that yet, and it's 9 o'clock. So let's move on to my next strategy, which is the initial balance. And what we're going to do here is the same story. MES, 1 year, Chicago, initial balance, standard. Okay, there's the standard thing. We're going to break out one or the other side, one side or the other. It doesn't matter if it's high or low, 74% of the time. Both high and low, 23% of the time, and no break, 2%. It's kind of a, okay, but let's do that by days. That's real important, I think. And we've had a VPOC migration, which a lot of people over here, what a lot of people would look at as a sign to trade higher. That's a big setup. So Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and watch Friday. Boom, 80%. So Thursday, we got a 76% probability we're going to break one side of the IB. 20% we'll break them both. 4% we won't break out. Cash market, MES, 1 year. Okay. I think the most insightful report now is the rejection. And that has to do with which level of the initial balance formed first. And that has a big deal. I need to clear some of these custom settings, though, from last night during the Orba Rorby Thursday. That's correct. During our orb trading extravaganza. So if the IB high formed first, these are the probabilities with this current configuration and filtering of a first break high, first break low. If the low formed first break high, first break low. Well, what formed first? I can promise you that it was the IB low. That should be no question in anybody's mind. There's our open, and here we are. But we can take this one step further now, and I think this is part of the correct workflow. If you subscribe to Edgeful, which I obviously do, there's a real handy tool that I wasn't much familiar with, embarrassingly so, called TradingView, that I think everybody on the planet knows about, probably but me. And if you subscribe to Edgeful, you get access to all of these indicators which they built as part of your subscription. And that's how I got over here. And then I started realizing how handy this was. I'll be right back. Okay, so first of all, this is the dashboard. I've already preset this to be for this current initial balance. Here we are today. The only indicators that I use here are the initial balance ones, which I have set for the Globex orb, the Asia orb, and then now for the initial balance, really. There is an orb indicator, but I like this initial balance one because it has a couple of more filtering or settings on it. I think one was developed probably after the other. They're essentially the same. It's basically, there's the orb low, the orb high, the percentages, which you can change, but I leave them at 25% each. And this line going across here is another indicator called the continuation candle. It's basically a way of looking at or trying to determine bias. It starts with the open, and then the line points to the close of the current bar. If it's green and up, there you go. If it's red, it's pretty obvious. I have set this continuation candle period to be the same as the initial balance, which is 1 hour. So right now, the initial balance low was formed first. Okay, we've got quite a long ways to go. Another 15 minutes or so, so we don't worry about the set yet. We're 42 handles wide on the initial balance so far. That's a big one, meaning that each one of these is more than 10 points. So if you're thinking about trading, you need to weigh in the risk management and where stops and targets are going to be, right? On my coding over here, I can filter for max range, max or IB range, stuff like that, so that because these are percentages, well, if this is 100 points, these are 25 each. That's way too rich for my risk tolerance, right? And we're just keep going higher and higher. So they're just, yeah. As our recently departed Alan Greenspan would say, irrational exuberance. And that's just what it is. Irrational exuberance. In my opinion. Anyway, so back to the point at hand then. So what we're doing is we have the continuation candle. Pretty obvious. We'll see how our IB forms up and sets, and at the moment we are IB low first, and here we are now. So the statistics are, we are looking at the IB low first formed, right? So yeah, it's about a 69% probability we're going to break the IB high. That doesn't look too difficult to understand, and 30% will break the low. We're waiting for this ending day zone statistic. I mean, ending zone. And the way that is controlled, it's easiest viewed over here. You assign the percentages opposite the first level formed. So 0 to 25%, 25 to 50, 50 to 75, 75 to 100. The zone is determined by wherever the closing price of the last candle within the IB range, whatever you've set the range for. In my case, it's 1 hour. So the closing candle price of that last 5-minute candle before the range closes will indicate which one of these zones we will use, and then I'll put those percentages in Edgeful app, and we'll see what exactly the probabilities are, and then we can determine the next step, which is the retrace. I hope I got that all clear in the right window. Well, it did. That's pretty cool. All right. Irrational exuberance reigns supreme if you're front running, which I don't recommend, but hey. You got long down here at the VWAP, and this is an IB. This is actually a TLab trade. The VWAP, the VPOC. And boom, there you are. And now you're up here. And what is that? I mean, we're talking about 77. There's 10 handles and there's 15 handles. That's a great trade. I'm not saying anything wrong with them. I'm saying I'm frustrated because I can't do them. I don't have setups to support them. And I'm trying to stick to my guns to only trade. Hey, Anthony, what's happening? Yeah, exactly. Isn't that great? Oh boy, I'm so excited. Huge drop in non-farm, and oh boy, let's take it to the moon. I'll tell you, the traders are so, in my opinion, despicable that their only thought is money in their pocket. And obviously the reason for that is they think it's going to force Warsh to cut rates. And that's my take on the whole subject. And that's a problem I have. And I've had that problem psychologically for a long time. That's the reason I lost all my money in 911, actually, when I first started trading. I firmly believed that America would rally behind the country, and when the markets reopened, everybody'd pile in along and we'd take it back. And that's exactly what they didn't do. And I got wiped out. And here I find myself having that same emotion this morning and being all pissed and butthurt about it, you know. Douchebags like Jim Cramer and whoever else, you know. What's that ARC woman's name? Wow, Kathy Wood. Anything for their profit at the expense of everyone else. I have a hard time with that. And it's not my trading shows. I'm sorry you had trouble with your tire. Okay. Well, it's just been a squeeze. I mean, it's been a gap and go. So there you go. That's all you need. That's all you need to know. And we're right now, then the IB is 52 to 94. So we're 42 handles wide on the IB. And the IB's got 10 more minutes to set, so you got nothing to worry about. And if you were long, you know, like Magic's got that little box he uses, and I'm sure he's long and happier than a pig in the mud. I've got to get over that. I'm not saying that my philosophy and my thinking is any good. In fact, it's not. I know that. But that's a monkey boy trait I've got to get over. Absolutely. I've been standing here since early this morning watching this market and watching non-farm payroll, and then knowing full well that they were going to do this and just angry about it instead of getting on board and making money. Who's stupid, right? I got to adopt the Trump methodology or mentality, which is just profit. Me first, profit first, let them eat cake. You know, that's kind of the philosophy, I think. I don't guess I'll ever be able to do that, frankly, but yeah. Yeah. Well, it's been hotter and stink over here. It's already 29. Yesterday it was over 100, I think. It was like 35 or something. And I'm going to be devoting the weekend to back testing and trying to get some other bullets in the gun here besides these IBs. So yeah, but hey, let's hope it all turns out. It comes out in the wash. Let's hope. Yeah, me too. Exactly. That's my problem as well. It's forward looking for the six sons of bitches that are, you know, like Elon Musk, who I think ought to be taken out and shot. Talk about an immigrant that we need to be rid of. That guy. Oof. You know, who laughs and brags about being an illegal immigrant until finally undocumented, until finally some board of directors for PayPal or whatever insisted he go through and get the process done. And then marches around decrying immigrants and immigration. It's really weird. Yeah. I'm like, that's kind of my thinking too. Problem is, I think it's a runaway now, and I don't think that. Well, there is absolutely no way of reining Trump and company in, because he has been given immunity for any prosecution while he's in office, and he's already declared that anybody that has come within 25 feet of the Oval Office will be granted a pardon when his term's up. All of his kids, all of that stuff. So I think it's just carpetbaggers revisited, I guess. Nothing. Saw a couple of pretty intelligent legal people talking about it on a stream or something, and it's pretty weird. Pretty weird. I think it's the first time in 250 years that they've ever been able to align all three branches with the focus on just, basically corruption, I think. But here we are. We've topped out at the 94s up here. We're just under that century figure, which we were hitting them just, and you can't see it, I don't guess, but we've been hitting the liquidity. We had them at 80, we had them at 90, and now we're up here at the, there's a big one laying out at 95s, and then we've got some more at, obviously, at the century figure. And we're going to have the IB set in about 8 minutes. The market is pulling back down to the mid. Joy, oh joy. There you go. Drive safe. Enjoy the morning. Okay. Yeah, or even worse, they want them to put it into private equity. That has got to be the biggest rabbit hole shit show. Flim flam snake oil deal I ever heard of. I think the only thing that'll really happen ever, and I don't know that it ever will, is if it gets bad enough and all of a sudden these, the red hat folks rebel. But I don't know that will ever happen. So, and just, string that somebody. Mussolini thought he was pretty clever until he found himself stripped and hanging upside down till he died. You know, I mean, it's crazy. And all of this crap going on is all being paid for out of taxpayer dollars. We're refitting the grafted 747. We're redoing the reflecting pool. It's all being taken out of taxpayer money. This crap and the ballroom crap. It's amazing. Trump got $12 million licensing fee from Amazon for allowing the Melania movie documentary to be made. He made over $1 billion last year alone on crypto. And the people who bought that crypto all lost everything. I saw an interesting graph. Almost lost exactly what the fee ended up being. And now we're just dumping back again. So they ran it all the way up, and now we're all the way back down to the 62s. I'm not sure if that's a news thing. There was a big selling candle here, but I don't see anything in the news. But we're having kind of the same reaction that we did yesterday. Market blasted up, and we actually closed out on a doji right in the middle of no place. And now they've gotten it up there with the double top at 94, and we're down under the 50s now, into the 50s. We were 2 handles off the open. I haven't closed the gap. 83, what is this? Stat over here? I'm having all this fun with stat. Where'd my gap guy go? Come on. 73% probability on Thursday that the gap up will fill. And will fill before 11 o'clock. That's something that I've found pretty handy. There's an 86% probability that gap fill will happen before 11 o'clock on this same filtering. So I'm looking at that one too. I got to get more bullets in the gun. Just leaning on the IB doesn't work. Here we go through the open. IB low, next stop, 5 handles to the IB low. So they came across 50 handles in they came across 50 handles in less than 15 minutes. From the top to the bottom. Which says to me, obviously, and I suppose surely to you, light volume, manipulate the hell out of things. It's just, let's make a lot of money at people's expense. 73% volume right now, so that's not so bad. Yesterday was in the 50s. Make sure IRT's working for everybody here. It fell on its ass earlier this morning. Well, they bounced them off the open, and now we're back up. We're back up 20 handles. I guess you could call this 4th of July fireworks. So the IB's set, and I better get to business here. The IB low was put in first. So there's a 71% probability, and but here's the catch. The ending zone is way upside down. The ending zone is in the 75 to 100% area, which is going to turn this whole thing on its head. Fred. Okay. Given that in 2 years, there's an 80% probability we break the IB low first, and a 20% we break the IB high first. And would a guy think that front-running this would be a good idea? The retracements are 61% probability to retrace to the 25, and 41 that we retrace to the 50% level. So I would, if it breaks short and I wait for the retest, I would say that it is a good probability to take the low. However, now we are at the 50. I didn't short it yet, but I'm thinking that the front running that, no, not today. Front running is just stupid. It's not data based. It's just monkey boy. Get out of here. God damn it. I gotta put, Mom, come put monkey boy out in the backyard with a posse. Damn it. So the short off the 50 would have been good so far. It's almost 10 points in the money. And it looks like the VPOC has shifted lower. Damn, I should have hit into that short. The anticipation short. I have a hard time with that because I'm really, yeah, that's one of the FOMO boys, I guess. And now we're gonna head down, and will we take the IB low? I don't know. We're already 12 points in the money if we took that short at the 50. Pretty disappointing. I got to stop talking and start trading. By the time I analyze it and articulate it, the move's gone. And it was pretty classic. 50 down, test, and away we go. Shit. Now we're getting a W reversal pattern down here. But it still would have been a 12-point move to the short. So we got basically an ABC pattern or a W bottoming pattern or a reversal pattern down here, and it's filling it in. It came down to where that short would have been good for 12 handles. But we've now got a higher low, and it's approaching the mid of that V or that W. What's going to happen up here, I don't know. Still no IB stat set. IB is 42 handles wide, 42.25 handles wide. And we're about up around the mid again. And now we've got a VPOC migration on the micro. South. So where's Antonio when you need him? He was smart. He went on vacation this week. Smart boy. Well, here I stand. 2 days running, I had a perfect setup by the numbers, by the data, and I was trapped on the road. And now, of course, I have no commitments. Tam's sound asleep and know where to go, and I'm not gonna, doesn't look like I'm gonna get lucky. And all this price action is between the 50% and 25% downside with not even near the IB low. So that stat is still wide open. And the percentage retraces are over here. Excuse me. And oh, wait a second here. Let's look at our little testing boy over here. Yeah, there we go. So there has been no breakout and there has been no trigger, obviously. And the old standby beauty, what's it doing? Well, nothing. Here are those levels and percentages. Now they're all pushing across. I can also push all of these values over to Bookmap, but I'm working on this in the testing phase on this one. It seems to me, it makes more sense to me intuitively to, rather than hard, fast zones that I just pulled out of the air talking to Rod, I mean, basically no data or scientific process at all. It's like, well, okay, let's have the continuation zones 3 to 5 points above the IB and pullback zones 3 to 5 points below it. And then the trigger would be 1 point on either side of it. Okay, that's a good idea. Let's try it out. Somewhere to start, right? But this methodology from Edgeful is based on percentages of the range. So that seems to make more sense to me, if that makes any sense. I tell you, that 50% short would have been lovely because it's now headed down for, we may take the IB low now. We're within a point of it and it's selling hard. Maybe, she said. Oh, there we go. Yeah, we took it out. So the IB low was taken out with some conviction. So now we have the IB. Now we would have the retraces, which is 61% will pull back to the 25. And then 46% we get to the 50 on shorts like this. And so here we are, 41% we're going to pull back to here. 40%, I'm sorry, 41% we're going to pull to the 50. But look at what we've got. Both POCs and the mid above the Globex VWAP. My theory will be, and I'm going to wait for the pullback up here and then short and see what happens if we get the pullback. That's what happened yesterday and the day before, and we did just like clockwork. The problem is now we've just come back to the IB and now we're selling again. So in the old-fashioned system, this would be an IB continuation pretty perfectly. In a TLab deal, this would be pretty perfect. We came through it, we pulled right back to it, and oh, I'll bet you something else. I'll bet my old original system has got a trade on. Let's see. Yep, there's a trade. Okay, so what happened? Well, there's a signal, there's a B signal, and there's the trigger, and there's the trade, and it is short and in the money. So much for arbitrary zones, right? And it's taken the first take profit target, so it's now risk neutral and going for more. Yeah. Magic. Maybe not. Now, when this one closes, when this candle closes, this will be a breakout. Not the retest or the trigger, but the breakout. These are the situations where I find I have to be real vigilant about Monkey Boy. Oh, the hell with that. The hell with that noise. What happened over here? Well, we're back in doji country again, so that big fantastic breakout is now... I don't know what you call it when the crossbar of the doji, the open and close is way down at the bottom. I think it's something, shooting star. I don't know, porno star or something. I don't know. I'm not getting any signals here, which is pretty darn disappointing. I'm not even getting close to that 20% handle, or 25, I mean. And of course, there is, if there's a 60% probability it'll retrace to the 25, that means there's a 40% probability it won't. So, looks like I'm in the it won't camp today. God damn, and yesterday, the last 2 days, perfect. So the stat has been satisfied. Yeah. The gap has not been closed. I want him to get up to my stat here where I can throw a short on and hope for the best. Because I would definitely do it today. I'm fed up, pissed off, and the last 2 days just irritated me to no end. And I realize that's a open verbalization of Monkey Boy, but that's exactly how I feel. And it should be noted here, because this scale has gotten scrunched down. Any one of these pullbacks between, this is 55 to 45. This is 10. Any one of these are worth 10 handles. I don't know what to think about that. I'm been pretty fixated on waiting for the stat to hit. Obviously, the front run would have been the best idea. The front run would have been, up here from the 50, 72 to 45 to 43, 30 handles. 30 handles in the candles. Oh boy. Well, let's see now. So the initial balance has been I think I've talked about, oh, look at us go. Damn. Twice we come back up in here to this. We didn't make it to the 25 retracement, and then it's now we're down selling down to the 41s. Yeah, well, once again, it's always easy to see in the rearview mirror. Isn't it? Always easy. And I will fall over if Trump doesn't get all over something here. Yeah. Senior White House advisor Hassett, U.S. jobs are still on an upswing, upward trajectory. Jesus, no, they're not, you moron. How can you possibly look at that jobs report and say that? Holy shit. I mean, I'm so sick of just lying straight up. I guess it's the philosophy of you say it enough times and it shall become true. I think that's the philosophy that they operate on back there. It's just so frustrating. Jobs are on an upward trajectory. Holy Christ. Yeah. Okay. Maybe I've got it all wrong. That's probably it. Because these guys are all, wearing suits and getting paid big money and riding around in limos in D.C. And I'm standing here working 14 hours a day trying to get my shit together with this trading. I think they might have it figured out better than I do. Probably. Well, they're just banging around this IB low now, and I'm just, they're getting to a point in time when I don't think there's going to be I should say when I think that, the probabilities are becoming more narrow or lessening, should I say. The real trade, of course, in hindsight, was the anticipation or the front run. So easy to see in hindsight, isn't it? Everybody's good at that, aren't they? Rearview mirror. I know I am. What's happening here? Okay. Hey, Magic, what's up, dude? Didn't see you slip in there. I'm busy ranting and raving over here. Maybe I should change my name from Boomer to Raven. Something. I suppose you got on that pop long and now you're, waist deep in money over there. Of course, 2 days running, I had statistically perfect data-driven setups, and I was busy driving in the middle of somewhere. And now I'm standing here hoping that one of those repeats itself, and nothing. We haven't had a pullback. I'm not going to front run it. What are we doing? Hi, Panda. What's up? Don't come in here bothering me. Oh, no. Who's get kicked up in? Nobody. Yeah. You want to see? Anything nice? Oh, okay. Well, are we going to sneak up here? Now, the further this time gets, the clock goes by here, the less enthusiastic I become with these setups. I like that gap fill thing where you can put a time parameter on it. I don't think that kind of a filter. I should probably shut up until I look. I was going to say I don't think that kind of a time parameter works on this, but maybe. So given the fact that the initial balance low was taken first, there's a 61% chance we're going to get to the 25 and a 40 to the 50. So my thinking was, and here we have a VPOC migration lower now. Great. There is no particular. Let's see if there's a buy time. Well, buy time. There we go. Look at here. Isn't this cute? So we can look at breakout time. Oh, this is a breakout time. This is when the IB is taken out. Broke before, broke after. That's not what I want. I'm thinking about the retest thing. Okay, I better get back to what I'm used to looking at here. 2 years, MES, 5 year, 2 years, Chicago cash. The slick machine over here. Oh, looky there. IB high from Asia. I know that these are just made up stupidness, but look at how these things are just all kind of aligned together across these Asia ones. And then pretty damn close. The IB low is pretty damn close to the yesterday's. Again with the IBs. Yeah, it's so easy to look back and see all those patterns, and that's of course what humans are so good at. Well, I don't know. I'm sort of the belief now that if they get up there and get to that retest, you know, price check at aisle 3 up here, and these mids and all of this stuff, that would be obviously that's by edgeful. That's where I was looking for the pullback, but way over here. You know, and the further we get down the chain here, the worse it becomes, and we didn't even get close up here, so. I knew it. I'm going after your idea, man. I'll tell you that now. Looks like the stream fell on its ass for some particular reason. I don't know. I see the thing twirling around up there. Doesn't look like there's any problems over here. There's no drop frames or anything else, but on my end anyway, it's just got the twirl and whirl up there on my upper machine. And so I guess that was as much pullback as I'm going to get, and I'm not short, and now we're 12 handles, 15 handles in the money. Yeah. I wonder what's going on with that. God damn, this mouse thing drives me nuts. I don't know what's going on. It's irritating. Yeah, there we go. I don't know what happened. I don't know how that works, but anyway. Well, Jesus Christ. Yeah, and all of his disciples. Look at that. Oh, we're going to close the gap. Yeah, there's a 70% chance, and it's going to be within the first. It's going to be within the first 2.5 hours, and that's right on the money. Look at that. Well, so I've missed 2 trades now. There you are. 80% of gap, 75 or 6% of gap ups close, and 80% it closes within the first 2 hours, and there you are. Boom. There you go. Right on the money. My goodness. Man, that's freaking disappointing. I think I'm my own worst enemy when it comes to this. boy. I don't know what to do, guys. I don't know what to do. And of course, replaying doesn't do you any good unless you go back a few days, which, you know, there's no market recall. As far as practicing goes. And there's just some squats, I'm out of breath. So here, you know, if you I don't know what to say. And there's a bunch of clever, you know, low volume node and blah, blah, blah. Globex, I don't know if any of that crap's valid. It's valid if you use it for a reason to trade and the trade goes your way. It's valid, obviously. Oh. Man. We were talking about that a minute ago, Anton, about, you know, the money and the stuff these guys are grifting and everything. You know, the Bibles? Trump has made $200,000 off those Bibles. Jesus Christ. I mean, I gotta hand it to the guy, you know, he takes a crap and people pay $100,000 for it. It's amazing. Bibles printed in China with all the wrong, you know, errors and verses and all that stuff, apparently. Even that one. And some unbelievable thing on those fake watches that he had made. They're not gold or anything like that. What was that? It was something staggering. A couple $1,000,000. I think he could, you know, I think he could come up and just say he was going to sell anything, and they would just lap it up. Really amazing. The Bibles, I thought that was pretty good. And Lutnick, he's in there pretty thick too, apparently, with his sons. With his sons. Well, the gap close stat worked perfectly. and to exactly the right time. So 72% probability it fills on Thursday. Now by time, where is it? By fill time, by 11 o'clock in the morning, an 84% probability that the gap fill, the 75% gap fill, will occur by 11 o'clock in the morning. And it did that just clickety-bickety bang. No problem. I guess I'm going to have to start watching that one more closely. This is the first day I actually looked at it. What does that get? Oh, I bet you there's a, you know what? I never thought about this. I bet there's a gap fill over here. Well, let me see. There would be the gap. There to there. I bet there's a gap fill indicator. Gotta be. There's gotta be. I don't think I can put any more on here, but let's check. Yeah, gap fill right there. Gap fill 2.0. Gap fill by close, by session, by spike, by extension, by what? I'll have to look at that when I could take something else off. I'm pretty sure I can do that now. Ah, damn, boy, I tell you, I'm disappointed. And this is sort of a breakout retest here we're having. There's a consolidation right there. And there's the breakout and the retest, and lower we go. I guess you could call it that. Well, what happened over here? So the old original took the first stop, or first profit target, and then scratch, because that's the way I have it set up to when T1 is achieved, it trails to break even. Here is a long trigger, which is stopped out. And a nothing burger going on over here. I've got an A and no B and no anything else. And there's nothing here. Had a couple of, oh, wait a minute. Couple of breakouts. Come on. Jesus. Couple of breakouts here, but no. This was also a breakout. I don't know what's wrong with this indicator or this signal marker, but no trigger. I tell you, this is so irritating. My problem with vetting these, the breakout and retest is that surely is a valid trade setup, and it's, you know, Rod and Harry and those guys use it all the time. I just can't figure out any way to code it and pull the statistics. I've tried this bar thing over here. Assuming IRT will wake up. Frustrating piece of shit. And I don't see any bars being plotted up here now, so that's annoying, but yeah. Well, I tell you, this thing is so irritating. Yeah, you too, Magic. Have a great one. And congratulations on your trades. I guess it's not streaming right. I don't know. I don't see any issues on my OBS, but my upper computer where I monitor the stream seems to be putting up that twirly boy all the time. I'm going to shut this off up there and restart it. Maybe that's going to help. I don't know. What's Walter Bloomberg up to here? The central banks are boosting gold and reducing dollar exposure across the world. That doesn't sound like a big surprise. Trump's schedule for the Trump's Thursday calendar, July 2nd. 8 a.m. executive time, 10:30 policy meeting, Oval Office. Oh, well, Jesus, here we go. 11 a.m. intelligence briefing. Oh, boy, if that's not an oxymoron, I don't know what is. 1:30 p.m. policy meeting, and 2:30 goes to 2:30 p.m., and then that's it. These are all from Walter Bloomberg's posts there at Delta One.
Well, that's real handy to know. I wish I had a way to snap that and put it on the stream or post it somewhere, but I don't. So 8, 10, 30, 11, 1:30, 2:30. 1:30 to 2:30. So shoots the day exactly right square in the head. And on top of it all, I didn't take the trades. Well, I didn't have a trigger for the IB trade. And I'm going to have to give serious thought to how I will approach the gaps, I guess. Cool. Well, this is getting really wearing me thin here. Really wearing me down. So 10:30, be on the lookout for Trump stuff, apparently. The Trump don't. Oh, what the hell is going on? Probably. Probably so. It keeps migrating lower, so yeah, the VPOC migration seemed to be the and it's 10:30 coming on 11 or whatever it is. I'm surprised there's good volume actually. Yeah, 71%, but still. I'm sure anybody making over 50 grand that's a trader is on vacation somewhere. In the Hamptons or who knows where. So disappointing. I will have to work on a strategy or understanding the strategy for this gap close thing. It's well known. It's as well known as the IB stuff, but with the edgeful data now, I have that, but not sure how to go about approaching it as a a tradable statistic. There's the IB is pretty black and white. When the IB is taken, then you have the retrace, and then there it goes. The gap fill is pretty big. Unless I approach it just strictly as an asymmetric trade location. Like over here, it came up to this high twice, 3 times. Back here and then shorted. But the point is, on the hard right edge, that's where the decision is not so clear. VPOC migration higher. Full session comes up. How is this determined? Oh, then we got down and straight back up again. I guess this is a breakout retest, maybe? I don't know how you read that exactly to be a short. Even though it's the gap, I understand that. I understand that, but So we got higher highs, higher lows. You know, what the hell to do, I don't know. I'm probably hyper vigilant about not FOMOing or revenge trading or one of those things, and so consequently I've missed, 50 handles in trades today. I'm gonna go fold the laundry. Well, I guess if the yeah, I was gonna say if the Mohammed won't come to the mountain will come to Mohammed, right? Or however that old saying goes. So the VPOC just migrated down, but that's full session VPOC, not the RTH, or at least on my micros. Take a break here from my laundry folding to watch what's going on in this freaking market. Well, at least it's going the way that I think it should as far as direction now. Remember, this is yesterday, exactly the same thing. Boop, boop, boop. We went up, we went down. Who knows where they're going to close it? It seemed like quite a big deal when we look at it on Bookmap. But when you look at it in a daily time frame, it's just kind of not a lot of movement. Okay. Well, we got the previous RTH low down there below us, so that would be a new thing. Well, we have a low volume node at about the 12th handle according to my stuff. I guess the VPOC migrate. Well, that's not the VPOC though, really. That's just that's the full session. Well, this is a perfect opportunity to get short in the hole down here, huh? My wife has decided that she's going to cut my hair now, so I'll be back in a flash. Well, a series of breakout and retests, I guess. I don't know.
Oh, well, here you are down at your 12s. Yeah. Yeah, this thing is selling off down there where it belongs, actually. Gonna have the same story like yesterday. If IRT would just wake up. Come on, wake up. This is what happened yesterday. Same exact story. Big wick up, wick down, boom. Now, if they bring it back up, well, there you go. I don't know. Yeah, if I'm sure glad I didn't get short for the gap open. I'm gonna have to really think long and hard about this and just scrap the whole structured trade idea, or at least add in some discretionary stuff. I can't just stand here and go crazy and broke and a bunch of stuff. And of course, the last 2 days having perfectly structured by the numbers, data-driven trades and not be able to take them was pretty disappointing. I'd say they're going to break. My guess is not a prediction, but you see that we've got liquidity down there at the 500, at the 7,500, the century figure. I'd say they're going to break through that yesterday's low and at least tag out that liquidity. Be my guess. But I'm sure you and I have been on the stream long enough to know don't follow my guess. Or do like somebody, I don't know where it was. I think it was maybe on the Top Step TV deal, or that thing. Somebody in the chat said that they were making money hand over fist, or they had been, they had passed their evaluation or 5 evaluations or something like that by just going exactly the opposite of that J guy. Every time you take a trade long, I go short and I'm making money hand over fist. I'm sure it was a joke, but maybe not. Well, here we are at the previous RTH low. We got the 5s just below us with the highest liquidity of the whole bunch. By a lot, actually. Well, that haircut feels good. So freaking hot over here. Any little bit helps. Wait a minute here. Be caution about
Caution about Trump or POTUS or whatever. 10:30 policy meeting in the Oval Office. Intelligence briefing 11 o'clock. All Central Standard or Eastern Standard Time, I assume. And then 1:30 policy meeting, Oval Office again. 1:30 to 2:30. So see what the show more said. Oh well, here we go. 2:30 policy meeting, White House again. Wow. 1, 2, 3 policy meetings. What? Okay. And pre-taped interview, Oval Office, closed to the press at 4 p.m. or 1600, and then at 1800, holy mackerel, policy meeting again. 1, 2, 3, 4 scheduled policy meetings from 10:30, 11, 1:30, 2:30, and 6. According to Walter Bloomberg's thing, if you're following that. I'm pretty surprised, actually. So be careful there, I guess. And here we go. There's through. I'm going to tag out that century figure here pretty quick. That ought to make everybody happy. At least it's going the direction I would have expected it to go based on the jobs number, so I guess I shouldn't complain. Like to complain, but no, I don't. Not sure who. Yeah, what I was talking about was Walter Bloomberg, that guy who posts his Bloomberg terminal things about that are coming through down the Bloomberg pipe, and that was talking about policy meetings at the White House. But yeah, I don't trust anybody that doesn't trade live. That's why I have such a commitment, even though I'm such a donut about, not trading very much, because I'm overthinking everything. But I absolutely do not trade off the stream or any kind of replay or recording, That's one of my big biggies. I agree with you completely. And I don't even, I don't know about the brokerage account statement, but as far as I'm concerned, trade live. And I don't know who deep charts are. I don't know. In other words, I guess I don't. Yeah, it's like a lot of people. Well, is this a pullback and retest? And here we go lower and 7,500 down there. I would be kind of amazed if we don't take that century down there. Actually, not amazed enough to put a trade on, I suppose. But even though, look here, you see, that's the scale problem again with Bookmap. This is 75, 11, 50, 75, 12, and the target down there, as far as I see it, is 7,500. So that's 12 points. That's a really good trade. I mean, that's certainly enough meat on the bone for me. That was my standard risk neutral 2-lot trade on minis, and that 2-lot trade for 12 points was $750. And I used to do them just pretty much regularly. And the stop was 300. So You know, it was 2.5 to 1. But that quit working very well with that setup. Pretty annoying. Speaking of annoying, what's going on over here? Well, this thing is still not playing nice. I don't know why that level quit being there, but it did. Ooh. Boy, this thing is so frustrating. There's the breakout, that's true. There's another one, that's true. There should be one more off to the left over here. I don't think there is. This one should be a breakout too. I'm not sure why not. But no triggers. Obviously, no trades. This guy's had a couple. Why this one? Why this reacts, I don't know. God, that's frustrating. One of these days, maybe tomorrow. Maybe in the holiday morning tomorrow. I think we do have half day tomorrow. I'm not sure. I haven't even looked, to be honest with you. But that would be typical. I might keep everything else shut off except IRT and see if the sun. Of course, it would be really poor. It would be a poor measure because of the volume. And see if the damn thing keeps up. You know, I don't know what else to do. I've been thinking about switching to Linux. I've been thinking about everything. Oh, I didn't know anything about volumetric either, but okay. I'm kind of a donut over here. Something, think of the money I've paid these dickheads over the years. Amazing. So I'm gonna just probably get drunker than $700. But that'd change my luck, huh? Maybe not. I guess it couldn't hurt though, could it? And there'd be some upside to it at least for a while. Like the old Willie Nelson song about it. Doctor told him to stop drinking. He said he figured there was more old drunks than there was old doctors, so he guess he better have another round. He's gone awful quiet. He must be about ready to pass on. He's in his 90s someplace. Good for him. Well, here's my, I'm almost tempted to put a short on here and just make a real asymmetric, real short, stop and see if it goes down there and tags out to 75s. Just because I'm bored and mad. I figure it's okay if you do those kind of trades as long as you recognize it first, right? Oh, that's it. I can have a new setup called B&M, bored and mad. There we go.
I'll just put that in my static setups, you know. This is where the book map screws me up with scale. Because now, if I get this rolled out to where I'm at $1 wide, like pretty quick here, I hope. Got to be so careful about this magic column over here. Looks a lot different, doesn't it? I like that B&M. It's a B&M trade. Oh hell, I'm gonna put a bunch of the shorts on YouTube about the B&M setup. I bet I get a lot of followers on that one. I'll have to check this fella out. So you're basically saying he's just, you know, bullshitting bus tickets, right? Tells everybody what to do, but doesn't do anything himself. Yeah, there's a lot of that around, isn't there? Everywhere you look. I'm pretty sure that nobody trades live in the bookmap discords also. I think all of that I think they make a special point of having all of that be within the bookmap discord simulator-y thing, I think. I don't really know many streamers or places where you can just watch somebody actually trade live. I'm sure there are. I'm just saying I have not bumped into it. I have seen a couple of YouTube posts when I was, you know, doom scrolling for something to fall asleep to. The title of the thing was stop tired of replay, or you know, something like that. I don't know what the wording was. Tired of replay or tired of fake trading. Watch, you know, live trading in the live market or something like that. I didn't stop long enough to mark it or something so I could come back to it, and I haven't seen it since. Well, this is pretty darn sure a low volume node. Low volume node. This would have been the short, eh? Should listen to myself. But if I'd have shorted up here where I was talking about it, I'd be in the money $6 or 6 points. At 3, you say. What am I doing here? Let me see what I'm reading. 75.03. Big buy trade around 73. I don't see any liquidity sitting down there. That's the difference. I wonder where this comes from. I've seen a lot of stuff about spot gamma and how those, I understand that the options market and those dealers are hedging off their big options positions into futures, or use futures to hedge off their big option positions. And there's a lot of stuff I've seen lately about the spot gamma charting or whatever else, and it puts up the put walls or whatever, and and it really makes a big difference on where price reacts in the futures, which makes sense to me. But it seems pretty also Greek to me, no pun intended, with the gamma. And I understand that gamma is the rate of change on delta, but you know, new software, learning something else, putting in another factor. I want to just have a quick little short little. I like Magic's idea. You know, that suits me right down to the ground. a quick little note, real simple decision point, take off a basic trade and go your merry way. Here we are back up here. So see, you were right on the money. But what? Developing value area low right up here at the big low volume node. Good job for more tea. I'll be right back. Maybe I should. Nah, a little early to open the wine. Yeah, that's the kind of crap me too. That's why I'm so insistent on maintaining my commitment here on this trade. And all the trades are plotted, as you know, on Bookmap. Sure, I wish there was a lot of trades. That would make the stream a lot more interesting, because it's boring as hell to me too. And that's also why I started streaming the Globex, because if there is an opportunity, I want to be able to take it, and then it would be all plotted exactly. And my voiceover would be the anticipation leading up to the trade, and then the trigger, and then the trade's on, and then trade management. So that's the idea. But I just got to get my ass off dead center here about trading. And I know it's prejudiced on my part, but the minute I see somebody talk about they're going to do live trading and they open up TradingView, right away I start looking at it, and then I realize they're just make-believe here, replay there, whatever. Not the TradingView you already know that I think is great. So handy. Here we are under the threes. Crap, just all keyed up, and it just flew by me there with no way to get on.
Well, I think I'd almost feel better if I was just over trading and taking stops rather than just this. Typically, I would be thinking mean reversion here, but I think they're pretty serious about this being a one-way train. Hold on, I'm being paged here. Son of a gun, huh? Well, there was a missed opportunity again. Oh, man, I'm tired of this. And they're going down to the 90s there. They got liquidity at 74.90, absolutely. Now, this is sort of the action we had yesterday, of course, and then it turned around and closed up on a doji, or, an indecision deal. I'm so glad that I didn't go short when I was thinking about it, or I missed the 3 when you suggested that. I was trying to get my mouse going there, but no, I should start. I have my keyboard set up. I could always just hotkey them in, but I didn't think about it. Stupidly. Here we have a breakout and a retest. I have to check out who that breakout retest thing is. Yeah, that's the one that always gets me, and I always try to put that in this stream when I'll do something like, sure, here's the breakout and here's the retest, right? And I know it's going to go down. Now you tell me right here, when we're on the hard right edge, you tell me what's going to happen. I was doing that early in the stream about the, and I always do it in the Globex because here we go. There was the breakout, there was the retest, and sure, we're short. But yeah, it's the same thing with all of those. It's like all of those VPOC migrations, especially. You know, sometime they miraculously know that that's the time it's going to go down. Son of a bitch! Look at there. It's just dropping by the tens, and this is not doing anything particularly good over here. I don't know why it's not doing something. Oh well, 22 lag. Well, I hope you got on that. Now you're down in the 90s. The minute I shorted this, it would be short in the haul, and this thing would go up to the previous TH low. I don't have much of a problem not short and not chasing. Well, boy, it's ticking off the liquidity just like clockwork, isn't it? Boom, boom, and this is, was in the market basically an hour ago. Or the book, I should say. Now, if you can do that kind of a thing if I always try to figure out what their risk management is, because if they got no stop or a big stop and it's a bar, and they, like, for example, if you got this bar here and it's a breakout and a retest and a breakout and a retest and a breakout and a retest or whatever, and you put your stop up here over the highs, well, if it never got hit and it eventually goes the direction, yeah, I guess. But that's a big key. What's the risk management? What is their risk parameter? What are their risk parameters? Here we go now. IRT's not plotting anything. This is just complete horseshit now. Speaking of breakout and retest. And they're flashing up here above 7,500, so are they going to head back that way? Probably. Like I said, if I got short, it would be short in the hole, and they'd go back to the 75s as sure as hell. I'm not short in the hole, by the way. Now, and here we go, right back to this bar, right? And back to your 7,500 now. So do you short it right there? What do you do? But I'll tell you what's going to happen. I'll bet you $1 to a donut. I bet you a cup of coffee. We end up with a doji just like this. That seems to be that's what I think's going to happen. And I don't know what's going on over here, but that's pretty irritating. Late on the shorts. Yep. Have a good one. Take care. If I don't talk to you, have a great 4th. Well, here we are. And there you are. There you have it. What's going to happen now? Oh, wait a minute here. Let's see what's up in the madness department over here. 1:30 p.m. policy meeting, 2:30 p.m. policy meeting, 4 o'clock pre-taped interview, 6 o'clock policy meeting, or 1800 policy meeting. I don't know what all this is about, but this is Trump's Thursday calendar, July 12th, July 2nd. Executive time, White House, closed press, from 8 o'clock to 10:30 a.m. This one looks like blurry vision here. I'm not sure I like this delta profile, which is bid ask delta, I guess. Kind of the same thing that I have on Bookmap, but Doesn't have the deltas in another column. I don't know. Well, if you're new here, this has basically been a frustrating experience because I don't have enough vetted setups. In other words, arrows in the quiver, bullets in the gun. I'm focused on the initial balance. Well, here's the initial balance setup. I was playing this one. There's the breakout. We didn't achieve the pullback to the 25 zone, which was my trigger. And, you know, what is that? 50 handles, 55 handles later, I'm still standing here being a dick for a tick. But in order to have this be meaningful, I've got to be consistent. And these cherries are great, by the way. So the 12-to-1 stat would be effective today, or enforced today, because we are definitely in a out of balance session. And that's one of the qualifications. That is the 12-to-1 stat. And the 12 to 1 stat is real simple. It says that the market is out of balance. Well, there you go. That's about as out of balance as you're going to get right there. And you put in a new high or low between 12 and 1 o'clock Central Standard Time in my world. There's an 80 or 90% plus probability that you're going to exceed that high or low at some point within the balance of the trading session. Oh, there we go. I thought I was on mute. I just have a big pile of fresh chairs here. Tastes pretty good. On a bar chart, of course, now this is going to look like a double bottom. Unless it goes ripping past it. Which is kind of what we've been doing. Let's see where we can look at that. Right there. I tell you, this thing is so much more convenient to do quick analysis and, you know, have a look than the IRT is. It's amazing. I'm so glad that I ended up discovering this, actually. The IRT does a lot of stuff I want it to do, but for, you know, like what I just got through doing. Watch this. Try to scroll that back. It drags and drops. It starts lagging and doing all kinds of nonsense. Oof. Irritating. Very irritating.
Well, oh, so they're taking it lower now. Okay. 15 points. Well, good. This is an instance where you don't want to get short in the hole. My top machine keeps falling off the stream. So I guess we're, my setup here is a 2 standing desks in an L, and then I have a, they're pretty big ones actually. They're like 2.5 feet by 5 or 6. And in front of me is a 4 monitor rack with 2 upper monitors off of a third machine, and then my basic trading monitors here. And off to the left is another monitor on the trade machine in vertical. It's got my OBS and stuff. And around the corner from that's another one. That's the third machine here, which is my old standby workhorse. You know, Office and Outlook and all of that. So I have to keep glancing up to see what's going on. I monitor the stream on one of the upper monitors with that other machine. So I see the same thing y'all do. Right now, mine is getting that twirling circle, so I assume that it's lost connection or something. Not sure what to do about that. What I've been doing is just shutting it off and then bringing it back up. So I'm going to step away here for a minute now and take care of some stuff around the old casa. Avoid the urge of over trading. I was just about ready to throw a short on here and call it an asymmetric, which I'm going to start doing going forward. I'll work on practicing them up and stuff this weekend. I'm going to call it M and D's. M and B. It's or a B and an M and B trade, yeah. Or a BM trade, maybe. You know, these would be 15 handles there so far. Before I talk myself into something stupid, I'm going to step back. Now remember, I don't know what the schedule's all about, but there is I would say it's fraught with danger for potential risk. They're having all these policy meetings, and I'm not sure what that's about. That's scary, I would say. So be careful. Be real careful.
And remember that tomorrow's a holiday. And happy 4th of July if you're gone before I get back. And aren't I disappointed that I didn't? What I'm going to start doing going forward next week, situations like this or up here, I'm going to call them B&Ms or M&Bs or whatever I said a minute ago. Asymmetric trades, essentially, where I put on, they will be discretionary as near as I can tell. I can't vet them that I know of. It comes up here. Now, this is strictly hindsight, of course. If it comes up here and starts to fall away, then short. Of course, what happened there? That's the hard right edge. What would you do there? How about this one here? Oh, there we go again. Oh, but then we got this one. I would say that my criteria will have to be that when we come up for a retest like this, it doesn't exceed, down we go. Same story up here. Because I have to start getting some trades on, at least 2 trades a day. I'm gonna put that goal. Now, shorten the hole, real dumb idea. And that's what this would be at this moment. Would be going short in the hole. I also think it's, on the other side of that coin, it's pretty stupid to try to call call a bottom and look for a trade back up. So I'm pretty sure that through the lunch hour, I missed my opportunity here. That I would be able to, feel right about taking. And we're selling off pretty good. Yesterday we didn't have quite the sell. Yesterday we had this, then this, then this. Now we've got this. So it's starting to get substantial here. We've crossed through these into this one now. We closed this gap yesterday, so that's not a thing. Down there to the 40s, which is that we've got a high volume node right coming up right here. Yep. Got this high volume node right down here. Well, before I talk myself into something, I'm going to go put Monkey Boy out in the back with the raccoons. We have here a breakout and retest. The 12 to 1 stat didn't quite come to play yet. I think I'm going to stay away from this, to be honest with you. Walking in here cold and then thinking I'm going to get a trade is not part of my... I actually addressed that in the trade journal, or trade manual. Playbook, whatever you want to call it. Now, had I been standing here and hit that short, this is 5 handles, so it's, you know, well on its way. It's actually scaled, to be honest about it. Too much craziness. Me too. I didn't really go anywhere, but I was away from the desk. Well, this, you have any trouble with the stream? Like I just, on my computer here, my upper monitor, it just keeps having that twirling circle like it's disconnected or unconnected or not connected or disconnected or reconnected. Some kind of connected. I don't know. Every time I just shut it off and I shut YouTube off and started over again, and it seems to be okay for a while. On OBS here on the lower machine, the streaming one, it's there's no drop frames or anything else, so I don't know what's going on. Probably everybody and their dog on the internet, I guess. Oh, finally we get a VPOC migration lower. So here we go. Short. Everybody short. Everybody dance. And I swear to God, sometimes I feel like just doing that exact thing, just short. Oh, VPOC migration. Burp. And that's, of course, when it'll be a price check at aisle 3 and go runner, but clear back up to the top up there to the 65s. But, you know, sometimes, I swear to God, I feel like that sometimes. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And that ledge right there scares me to death. I hate those things. But that's definitely a God damn, where's my, there it is. Consolidation, breakout, retest, consolidation right here. And you see, if I'd have just shorted the minute I said that, the scale is all off. That's what throws me out. It's 5 points already in the money. Yeah, that liquidity here that was in the book forever finally got taken out just a little bit ago. Next week I'm going to try trading like that. Just when I see the old standbys, just hit them. And now here it goes, you know. There's 15 points. Pretty amazing. The not very much volume, but the volatility. We're 4.75 points in a 1 minute bar. That's typically we're down around 1.5 or 2 here now by this time. And we're in the power hour. Oh boy, I'm so excited. Ugh, depressing. Depressing. Yeah, and it's used to me. To me, it seems like it's a lot of a crazy reaction. You know, like the closing swing trade. I noticed a lot of times the double breakout is in the final hour, for example, and I am not interested in that. I'm trying to figure out what this power hour reports are in Edgefill here. I looked at it the other day, but I never really got very far. far. Yeah, this seems pretty. Yeah, like, okay, that's not very big news. If we're red at 2 p.m., meaning we're below settlement, 87% of the time says we're going to close below settlement. Well, yeah, I can believe that. In this case, settlement's at 75.43, and we're trading at 75, so it's got to handle. They'd have to jump up 75 points in order to get there. But it could still close 21 points, or say up here at the POC, and it would still close red. So that I don't think does much for me. I don't know what the customization would be. Nothing. Okay, never mind. Never mind. Yeah, this is pretty much of a suckwad day here. Well, it did many of the things it was supposed to do today. Had I just, while I was standing here and this dropped and I said short, I should have done that. Just hit the quick short and I'd have had 15 points and I'd have had a day in the bag and said, thank you very much. But that seems like an irresponsible way to approach it. Maybe not. Maybe that's where one of my problems is. I don't react quickly enough. Well, I will probably do the Globex tonight, just because I want to see what happens. And if I don't know, this might be a pretty stupid night to do that. I won't be on the stream tomorrow, I don't believe. No. But I will be trying out a few things, I think. I don't know, we'll see. See what happens tonight. I just need to up the game here one way or another, whether it's just asymmetrical trades. Last week was so frustrating with those two absolutely perfectly almost orchestrated trades, setups with the data, and then I just wasn't standing here, you know? I was stuck in a car. So freaking disappointing. And of course, the setups come and don't. Here was our breakout, and we never even got close to the 25 pullback, so there was no trigger, and I wasn't. Now, in rearview mirror, absolutely, I knew all about this. Look at here. Okay, so here we are in the hard right edge. I saw us come down. Oh, we took it out. Up, down. Oh, so we're just chopping. Okay. So what's going to happen? Well, we're going to get up here. I don't know. No, but this came down and I'm going to short. Of course I didn't do that. I was waiting for the 25% retracement. I was actually, based on the data, I was expecting to get around here for the entry because I was interpolating between the 25 and the 50, right? And that it never even got within kissing distance of it, and down she went. But wouldn't that have been a lovely short to get on? And yeah, here we go, and we couldn't get back to the IB, and so this is an IB continuation, and all those TLab kind of things that are not data driven in my world. But you know, who's way ahead in the money and building new houses, and who's not? So I guess maybe I need to change my tune. Okay. Yeah, I don't think any of this is, well, this was long, I guess, you know, if you wanted to take a mean reversion asymmetric trade location, slap on along down here one of these tests and put a stop just below it. But like you were saying with the guy that does the mean reversion or the breakout and retest. So here's a break. Here you go. Yeah, which one are you going to take? There's 3 down. 3 lower lows and lower lows and lower highs. And then this. I don't think it's... I bet your logic can always work. Sorry, yawning. I'm not sure logic can always work. That's why I'm trying to use setups. Statistically vetted ones, but that's as close as we got right there. And I don't even know. You know, I'm shooting off my mouth here about stuff I don't even know about. Let me just find out pretty darn quickly here. Okay. Yeah, so the 3rd, they're going to be trade the morning of the 3rd. Closing at 12. That's what I thought. This is trade, and any trade that's made on the morning of the 3rd is going to be for the Monday the 6th. Well, they are taking this breakout and retest as bar trade both ways, right? Look at that. There's a consolidation. We've gone consolidate down, back up, down, retest again. What now? Down? This is that same mentality about after 3, you know. Well, after 3 Eastern Standard Time. Yeah. Okay. After the power hour, yeah, I was thinking about the curb trade, that period after the cash close. But yeah, I don't. And in my strategies, I have a hard stop called end of day stop, that if there's a trade on for one of those things that are working algorithmically, it closes them off at 14:30 Eastern or Central. But no entries. Oh, another one. Another VPOC migration. So I'm extra tempted to slam one on. This is the excuse me. This is the naked volume point of control and the high value node from yesterday. High volume node, value node. Right there. Boom. But, here we are at the bottom of the power hour. Yeah, the micro did. Down to 96 quarter. You're right, it did not over here on the mini either. Jesus, I can't keep Bookmap working right. I don't know. I mean, whatever this thing's called, IRT. Ridiculous shit. Whatever this ridiculous thing is called. And I don't have these. Of course, this was not updating properly, so I don't have these. Let me see if I can do something here. Let me try something. I think it'll probably fall over. Well, if you want to believe IRT, has been no VPOC migration over here. There has been. Completely weird, isn't it? This is what it looks like from Bookmap's point of view. And this is what it looks like over here on IRT. And it keeps locking up. God damn, that's frustrating. Ugh. Whenever the progress bar is gray like this, the damn thing's not updating. It's just sitting there like a bump on a log. So frustrating. I'm about half ready to throw this over the fence. Okay, 28 minutes past the hour. Isn't it cute? Get your firecrackers out. Get your asbestos gloves on. Get the beer cold. And the burger's hot. It's the 4th of July, baby. Blow some stuff up. It was so fun growing up in on the ranch in Montana. We'd be having the fair now and go to the rodeo, and everybody'd be you know, having fun and shooting off firecrackers and barbecuing burgers, and it was great. It hasn't migrated on IRT yet either. You notice over here in Bookmap that it's still right here, but that's 9/4. You have it at 12, but it hasn't done this latest dipsy doodle over here. So frustrating. Wow. Oh, here we go. Now, there's one of my VPOC migration trades in action right there, baby. It migrated down, I went short, and it immediately goes up to the previous. That was the classic reaction to all the VPOC migrations I backtested manually or kept track of as trades early on. You know, not this reaction here, not when you had this and down you go, but down you go and this one. And I was using a risk neutral methodology of a 3-point stop, right? For 12 ticks. So that was immediately stopped out. I think, wasn't it? Yeah, sure. Christ, yes. There's 10 handles across there. That's 10 points. Wow. Well, there we are. And what does that mean? Well, that means time for the daily recap. We're in the final 30 minutes of the cash close on a holiday weekend, Thursday afternoon, 4th of July, 2026. Wow. I wish it were a more normal, upbeat, and happy 4th of July than the state we're in now. I gotta say that. But let's see what we've got here. Besides nothing in the trading department. Damn, here's Blue Boy. I should have made him red, white, and blue over here, but I don't know how. In honor of the 4th. But this is Blue Boy, which is the first print of every session. There we go. This is where you put on your VPOC or your asymmetric trade because you just knew you were going to go short from here when we didn't get back above that. So you're short this 95 handles or whatever it is. I wish. The trade I was setting up for was and that I've been stocking are the initial balance based on this data. Take the stat, come back up for the retest to the 25 or between 25 and 50 handle, and then sell it off. And then it goes off, which would have been perfect, but it didn't make it back that far. Right here. Not right there, and that's as far as it got instead of up here. And the rest is history. In IRT world, I'm not even going to bother trying to wind these up because they're just so obnoxious. It's still not working. Look at that. The damn thing is still not working. Huh. Boy, that's annoying. This is the micro NQ. That works pretty well. I don't know what's the matter with the ES, but it doesn't want to work. This is my micro composite chart. So this is the MES daily chart full session, RTH session. So each one of these is an RTH trading session, just like we're concluding right now. Yesterday, day before, here we are today. We're going to be an outside engulfing candle, but it has overlapped, so I will extend the volume profile for the micro composite around today's trade. That will extend and recalculate these high and low volume nodes, which are represented on this view by the red and green lines, and then it pushes the values over to Bookmap. Here's our micro composite VPOC. It's been holding down here at 440 for the longest time. It actually formed here, I think. Maybe here. It's been there for the longest time. Market profile up here. And this is... I never change the market profile between micro and mini. I leave it on the mini, but I do change it from the... RTH to the ETH session and back and forth. And then we have the same... There are the same tabs, but in the mini. And you can see the last time I looked over here. Boy, I tell you, it's so frustrating when Bookmap just can't do this. And I don't know what it is, but I'm tired of bitching about it. I am not Bookmap IRT. Again, with the micro composite. These are the minis, same configuration, so there you go. The one thing about the IRT, if it matters to anybody ever, the in the header up here is the instrument name, the chart type, the periodicity, and the session. So you can always know where you're looking at. The session prices push automatically to Bookmap, as do the high and low volume nodes over there, and they go over here. So high and low volume nodes are right there, and the session prices are right there. Yeah, well, I hate to break it to you, but I'm never going to make it. I don't know. I'm getting close, actually. I'm getting close. No, I won't make it. I'm too damn old. Anyway. Yeah, so here we are, and I've already talked ad nauseum about how I back test. I don't think I'm going to go through that between now and now. How I back test, how I forward test. What I'm trying to do now by leaning on edgeful data so that I get some meaningful, I can get pretty close to a structured trade. I mean, statistical vetting of a setup, but not have to put in so many hours so that I can focus more on trading. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Now, the important stuff that's going to happen next is... Let's look at that. Let's get a chart up here. And this one. And then let's do this one. Okay, so remember, this is now a new quarter. Earnings season will start. Yada, yada, yada. First of the month and first of a new quarter. So there we go. Next week, what do we have? Of course, tomorrow's a holiday. Saturday is the 4th of Christmas. And here we have Monday the 6th. Wow, look at this. We got the PMIs, both the S&P and ISM. And then we've got our CFTCs down here, whatever in the hell that is. Monday. Tuesday, pretty flippin' light, huh? Just a couple of talking feds. ADP and employment change weekly. Crude, FOMC minutes. Should be no big deal. Thursday, jobless claims, FOMC, Williams speaking. What happened to, there's the Cushing report. Okay, I was going, hey, wait a minute, what happened to crude oil? And home sales. Friday, unemployment rate, Canada, only Canadian stuff on Friday. So that's the news coming up. This is investing.com. I guess everybody knows that. You can filter it for wherever you are in the world, whatever reports you're interested in, and they only focus on typical traditional economic calendar events. If you don't know what non-farm payroll is, you notice how the heading event title changes to a URL, so you can click that and find out all about it. The other news source is Financial Juice. Basically, I track it for the opposite reasons that I do investing.com. They do pull random, non-traditional things into the market. Here, Trump speaks at 9 o'clock in the morning tomorrow. I'm so excited. Thank God. Well, they will be trading. There will be trading tomorrow. But they'll pull this kind of thing in, which is not a traditional economic number or event, but everybody that's got a pulse and has anything to do with the market lately knows that this is a potential risk to the auction. I'm not saying that the guy shouldn't be giving speeches or that it's any political commentary, but as traders today, your primary focus is to preserve your account. And the basic fundamental way you do that is risk management. So it is super important, in my opinion, super important to know of potential risks headed your way. How else can you manage or mitigate them if you don't know they're coming? I don't like being blindsided myself. So anyway, that's why I appreciate this. Also, the Squawk Box over here has a running commentary pretty much, so you can keep an eye on that. And over here is where we're going to have the market on close imbalance orders at 1450. That's pretty much got it. Yeah, exactly. I know. I knew that. I figured that out. But I also figured out I was not going to make 47 years, and that kind of hastens my ramps up my my focus a little bit, maybe. Yeah, I got it. I understood exactly where you were coming from. Yeah. Yeah. Some people really take to those kind of all that methodology. Lefty is, I see him posting now all the time, and he sounds like Tom Jr. You know, I got on this when the low volume node there, and we were approaching the overnight high from above and all this kind of stuff. And I think he's doing well, and good for him. Anybody that makes a go of this job, I'm 100% behind him. And like I said, if throwing a bag of dog crap at the wall gave you some insight as to put a trade on at a particular time, and you were profitable doing that, absolutely get a bigger dog, get a bunch of dogs so you never ran out. Do whatever it takes to be consistently profitable.
I do think that in some of those cases, well, I now this is serious. While we're waiting for the market on closing balance, and on account size and risk, your risk tolerance can have a really, really big impact on trading. For example, I can't see one here, but today, no good example. But, if you've got enough risk tolerance to have a stop at the top of the day, and and basically the market is selling off all day, and you put a short on anywhere, you're going to be successful. You're going to have a profitable trade. Unless the damn thing turns around and reverses complete back over the top of you. So I think a lot of it has to do with that. I mean, that's basically, it's the economics of scale and size. That's what, that's how the large traders and hedge funds and stuff do it, I mean, they'd be underwater millions of dollars. But they just hold through the pullbacks and down she goes eventually, and then everybody's happy. And a day like today is a perfect example when it is a real, when there is an obvious sell-off going on. Except for right here, the market has been pretty obviously short all day. Well, if you got short down here somewhere or down here someplace and it pulls back up to here, that's way more risk than I'm gonna put on. But if you've got, you're one of those guys that can put a short on here and put his stop up at the top up here or the high of the day, boom. There you go. I'm not that fortunate, but I think that can be part of it, what happens. And some of these YouTube fellas I notice, they don't ever trade live as we discussed earlier, but most of them, and they may not ever trade with stops or put bracket orders or any of that stuff. So what is really their risk what is their risk management and their risk, their trade profile really? I'm not saying there's anything wrong with them, but I guess I'm envious in a way because I can't trade that way. Yeah, that's what I'm trading now is 1 or 2 micros. Two. I mean, I was used to trade minis, but now it's I've scaled down to micros. But now I've got this Lucid, so I could do that essentially. Yeah. And this coming week, I am going to think about it long and hard over the weekend. Announce it first, of course, like everything here in the stream, to be completely upfront and live and accountable. But when I see situations like this, now, here we go. Here's the perfect example. Okay, ooh, we take off. We're going to the moon, baby. Oh, well, we got a little pullback. Oh, we're going up to the moon again. All right. Is that where you short? Or do you short here? Or do you short here or here? You know what I mean? How do you know that the market is not going to just keep blasting up? Or here, it's not going to blast up? Any differently than you would know here was not going to continue higher and you go short. Well, the point is, what I'm trying to say is that up here somewhere, if I can identify a double top or some sort of a thing like this, get on a short and put your stop just above the high, these highs where you know you're wrong if it goes there, and then Katie by the door, let her rip. Wouldn't it have been a pleasure to have done that today? I was talking about it in this stream here, when the market opens, like, well, here we go. Well, wouldn't this be a great spot to just do an asymmetric trade? And yeah, it would have been beautiful. Or the first VPOC migration.
Now, I'm still going to continue to focus on the statistics, trading by the data. And so far this week, that had I been standing here, that would have been 2 beautiful trades. Very, very much so, because they never took any heat, and they were easily managed by trailing a stop to the swing highs. Just like, for example, exactly like here. If you get short, trades down here, you trail down behind the swing high. Trail down to the swing high. Trail down to the swing high. Trail down to the swing high. You know what I mean? That's like no-brainer trade management. Trail down to the swing high. Comes back up here and takes you out. Great. Gee, what a shame. I got, you know, from 03 to 87. What the hell? 85 handles right there with a simple process. Now we're going to get to market on close, and there we're getting it right there, I think. Boom, right there. Market on close and balance. Let's see what happens in financial juice world over here. And then I'm going to go get my punk lit and my, you know, get the bandages out from my fingers and get the firecrackers. Can safely say I have absolutely no desire to do that. And I won't. Well, there we are. Ho, ho, ho. Merry Christmas. Happy 4th of July, Donnie. Donnie John, you're doing everything right, my brother. Look at there. 7,107,000,000 S&P buy contracts. 5,539,000,000 NASDAQ. 2,339,000,000 Dow. And 2,436,000,000 Mag 7. All buy side. This economy, this country, this nation has never been doing better than it is right now. And here's the signal. That's exactly the signal they're sending to the administration and to Trump. Really, really puzzles me. But that's you know, that's phenomenal. That 9 billion we saw last week, sell side, but the rest were minuscule or, you know, insignificant. These are all multiple billion plus million buy side across the board. Pretty weird. Pretty weird. Pretty weird for sure. I need to study more about the bond market too. Well, here we go up on the end, as expected, up on the buy market on closed buys, right? The imbalance orders. So, I will be around, but have yourself a real great 4th of July holiday. Get some R&R, do something fun with your family, or don't have one, go out and start a family, whatever, you know. Hit the bar early, go ugly early, and start a family. There you go. Boy, if that isn't Montana-ism, I never heard of one.
Yeah. I'll be working tonight. I'm going to run the Globex tonight just because I'm going to be standing here and I wanted to see it anyway. And then I will keep my stats on and stuff. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yes, of course. That's exactly right. That's what I was saying somewhere around here about the VWAP to VPOC thing. Well, yeah, that's exactly right. That's what I was talking about right over here, you know? Right now, what have you got? You got migrating VPOC up. You got price going up like a skyrocket off the open. And you got a little bit of a pullback here. What do you got? Little hiccup here, little down, little back up. Now how do you know that this is going to be the start? I guess this could have been back to the, I don't know. I'm just asking. I'm not saying I know. How do you know that right there is the start of this day? Because at this point, VWAP is still up high, or VPOC is up high. We're right up at the highs. Now the one trade is let me see. As I understand it, the VWAP or mid VPOC would be basically here back up. But yeah. I mean, any of these, in hindsight, of course, any of these VPOC migrations, well, this is the full session VPOC. Now, this is the only VPOC migration that my book map has on the RTH VWAP. But, you know, there it goes up. Now here it comes back down. There's the one migration down. If you got short on that somehow or another and just held your ground, what a pleasant day. Yeah. Yeah, that's what's so wonderful about the rearview mirror. What we need to figure out is how to get paid from the rearview mirror. Because, boy howdy. We're going to shut this mess off at 1500. Then at 1700, I'll come back up with the Globex. All around 21 or something. And in the meantime, in between times, thanks for coming by. Be sure you remember that life balance is really important and that you are the most critical tool you've got in your trading office. You need to be sure that you're well rested and hydrated and fit, as fit as you can be. Get away from the screens periodically through the day. Get outside, peek over the neighbor's fence, or look down the street or whatever it is you do where you get some sort of soft focus to the distance, to the horizon. Rest your eyes. And tomorrow is, of course, the 3rd of July. The holiday extravaganza starts. Markets close at noon tomorrow. The overnight the Globex will start at 1700 as normal, and then the abbreviated RTH session will start at 0830 as it normally does, but I won't be streaming. I don't see any point in it. I'm going to actually try that tomorrow. I think I'm going to shut off OBS and Bookmap and just run IRT and see if the stupid thing chokes and pukes like it does all day now. I'm also going to jump over to Static here in a little bit and see if any of this. A lot of those Static guys have moved away from IRT to Sierra. I have a Sierra chart thing and the whole story account and set up and everything else. I think I told you that, but all I have to do is, it's so funny when you go to Sierra charts, if I go there right now, to like open it, it'll just pop up a thing that says, hi, you know, whatever. Here you know, top up your account $50 or whatever it is, and the thing's off and running. Yeah, you too, very definitely. Anton, have a really great, I'll be envious of you down there near that ocean, but you're not right on it, so I feel a little better. Have a great weekend. Don't let your kids near them firecrackers. Or the rivers. You see where that poor gal went swimming in a river and got alligator hit her ass? Yeah. Have a great one. Nice talking to you. Appreciate the camaraderie and the insight a lot. And about 15 seconds, we're going to go bing, bang, boom. Thanks everyone else for stopping through the stream. Like and subscribe, send money, shoot up a flare, whatever. Have a great 4th. Have fun, but be safe. And there we are. There's 1,500. That is officially the cash close. And the stream is going to go adios, amigos. Back at 1,700 this evening for the Globex stream. If you're really bored and